I had a controller in here before. Where is it? There you are. I need to also start the camera so that I have tracking, even though I'm not gonna start getting moody about my camera and my stuff right now. It's fine. Why is my controller not working? Oh no. Okay, there we go. Let me just quickly pump that up a little, pump the game audio up a little bit. I'm gonna try to keep an eye on that because I feel like the game audio was a little too quiet last stream. I think I've screwed with the, I think I've like set the audio a little too low, maybe just because, probably just from, Resident Evil, maybe? I don't know, it's been a while. Great start. Fucking great start. Did they use the scroll wheel at any point? I know the scroll wheel problem. I know, like, also there is a way to fix that, but it requires, like, installing some, like, program into your computer. I haven't gotten around to it yet. Speaking of installing stuff, one thing I will say right now is that I did add another mod. This game's been modded since basically the start. I added in the PS4 buttons, but I also recently went onto the PC Gaming Wiki to re-up on like stuff for this game, and the two main things were DGS fix, which I did not input because it seems like a lot. Because I don't know, I'm not sure if I need it. Because like one of the things I wrote is that like it fixes the resolution, but I don't think the resolution has been a problem. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I'm at like 1920 by 1080 resolution, and the fix the fix does other things. Like it also like I think it forces the game to run 60 frames per second and like messes with animations, but I don't know. I'm not really super comfortable with like putting that in and potentially breaking shit because this game's been running surprisingly well on my laptop. I have a strong feeling that the fact that it does run in like 30 frames is part of why that is, so I'm a little hesitant to like go and screwing around with that. However, the other mod that was on the PC Gaming Wiki was an audio restoration patch, which I did put in. I did decide to install that, so that should be working. Admittedly, it didn't, I don't know, from what I listened to it, it didn't sound, I think it's supposed to be like a very subtle, like, thing, I think. You might not, like, really realize it until you're, like, listening to them, like, side by side. It's definitely a lot more noticeable side by side. But anyway, enough screwing around, enough talking. I'm sorry it's a little later than I wanted to. Let's get back into it. Let's finally hear the reporter's confession. I'm also going to... I don't want to pump that up too much, because once it starts like getting a bit more intense, it is going to just completely drown me out. Or it's going to be a lot... I'm going to be fighting to like... You know what I mean. I don't know. If anyone's in chat, please feel free to tell me audio. Please feel free to tell me like what audio needs like raising or lowering. I don't like watching the stuff back and being like, yeah, that's way too loud. Yeah, that's way too low. I'll remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly now allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, Some deal going down between Britain and Japan! It's been a while. It's been a few weeks. I need to remember my voices for the people. What sort of deal? I've done my research. Dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor tore up the article! You came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have to see if justice is done myself? Let's not forget many memos, son. Also, I think, I kept, slightly mispronouncing his name. I think it is supposed to be, Many Memo. I'm trying to remember what exactly I kept calling. What exactly, the pronunciation I kept doing for him was. But I think it's very much supposed to be Many Memo. You committed murder yourself and tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. Sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. What? Truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. So I totally thought we were going to get a bit... Also, wait, hold on. I totally thought we were going to get a bit more into, Giselle Brett. I suppose. Well, damn it. I thought we were going to get a bit more about, Giselle Brett. Than just being like, it was a cover-up! The free press is a sham! That was not worth the cliffhanger. That was not worth the cliffhanger. We appear to have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Also for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Oh! Yes! Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. So manly. The way I brood. It's almost unbelievable this is your first experience in the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo, Ryunosuke, you mean? Ryunosuke, yes. The way you handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchie, you have any final thoughts? Oh my god! Oh my god! Do it! Do it, no balls! Prosecutor Ouchie? I, Takatsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. Do it, Kuze! You... Come on! If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame. Wait, I thought this was going... Wait, no. What are you going to do? I thought this was just going to be you cutting off your pink. My first thought was you cutting off your pinky, but there's no way that the game's gonna go that far. This isn't Yakuza 0. I will end it all now with this blade. What the f- Well, that was the true fetch, the Ouchieism! That's not a path you should follow. This is a little too much, even for you. Ouchieism? One hopes that's the only way which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Come on, what's the trick here? I already know what the trick is. Sprig of my topknot, the time is ripe for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takatsuchi, he just puts in the Takatsuchi at the end like he's some great poet. Ah! Let's all pray for the lost here! Now, in regards to the defendant, Raymond Bobby-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. Hereby find you not guilty. Court's adjourned. Damn, I should have fucking just let this ride out with my last stream. Fuck. I really thought, like I said, I really thought we were gonna get a bit more about Potato Brett. I thought we were gonna learn some, like, real shit about her. Ugh. That's disappointing. 13th of August, 2:38 p.m., Supreme Court Judicature, Defense Antechamber 3. Damn it, if I knew it was going to be that little, I would have just rode this out last stream and just started off with the second case. Ah, well. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility. Such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susanoo! Susanoo! Thank you! Thank you so much! You were so dashing in there! Ray! Father! Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no. I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. I was on the verge of tears as I tossed that man across the galley. The only reason I'm still here is because of you! Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I wanted to say that congratulations belong to you. Susanoo! Don't be so standoffish! Don't be a tsundere! Stop being a tsundere! Sorry? We're friends! Equals! And the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense! Enough being a Japanese woman. Enough with humble. Enough with humility. It's time to celebrate with swagger. To throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... What? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo. I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Yo, let's get drank at a milk bar. This is like Legend of Zelda milk, right? That's something. Right. I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. Anyway, really knocked the wind out of that horn, man! It felt so good! Yes, it was satisfying. It really was! Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? Looks expectantly at the father. I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Wait until Ryunosuke comes home. You two can throw him around as much as you want. Oh my goodness! No, of course not! Of course not! There it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. We fought for your friends to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Thank you. I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susanoo Mikotoba now. I have a strong feeling we're gonna pull out the Ryotaro disguise later in the game anyway. So, I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame! Farewell, my first love! What?! What is happening?! Ah, Soseki-san, Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susanoo Mikotoba. I just don't... So dashing. So divine. Damn! Even they're into it. No! Doubly dashing! Yes, and devilishly divine! Just look at you! Meanwhile, Hosanaga's just absolutely dying here. I had no idea, Mrs. Esquire, that you were locum sui Nero Esquire's cousin! I don't think they're good. Stop doing that JoJo pose! Astonishing Ace Attorney! Tail drop! Roll the credits! Where's Sasaki-san? So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. After Naruto-san's skillful defense of the Old Bailey, Sasaki-san was free to return to Japan. I will say, looking at this picture does remind me, there was one other thing that I read in the DGS fix that made me think that maybe I don't... That also, like, kind of convinced me, maybe I don't install this for now in case, like, I just break something that wasn't broken before. But, like, apparently, occasionally you can get a crash when you try to pit jurors together, which as far as I recall, I don't think happened at any point in the first game? Or the first half of the game? I don't think I ever, like, got a crash from trying to pit jurors against each other. So that's also another... That's the thing that, like, if that happens during the second half, I will install that, mod. But, like I said, for now, let's not break something that might not be broke. Let's not fix something that might not be broken yet. Now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's truly impressive disguise. I mean, I like your turtle. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector of the police bureau who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I mean, he does have a point. He came up with Mr. Turtle. So really, what does our disguise have? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Why not? Who doesn't love Mr. Turtle? Tell me. Philistine? Amazing. Woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope. Yeah, the I hope makes me really think that, yeah, we might have to pull this out for the finale. I kind of hope so. Oh, I'm not patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. He's kinda useless! I hope that the Japanese police doesn't continue to have, like, charming, but honestly kind of fuck-up detectives. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Remember that time Cosmo died? I still miss him! That didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit I have mixed feelings about all of this. I mean, none of the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. Man invited to Japan personally. Mystery is, why did she kill him? Now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah! My arch nemesis! How lightly you utter his name! Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine, by the name of John H. Wilson. What?! can't believe that's a coincidence. I think the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. If that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. I also served another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Just tell me one thing. Why did you summon me back to Japan?
Oh,
We finally gonna call the old man out? I will admit, I forgot to, like, re-review the last case to kind of refresh myself, but I definitely remember, like, the reason that we were summoned back was at this dude's request. I thought it was because he was sick, but he's definitely still up and kicking. It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's why I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? It's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't—
Ah! Let me go!
Oh! Ha! Ha! Ha!
Many memos, son? So, one third wasn't enough for you! I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor!
Me?
I know the truth. I know you're ahead on what went on. In that visiting student's fate! Huh? Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her! The student of law left for Great Britain 8 months ago! What? Student of law? Wait, Ryunosuke wasn't a student of law, so... Kazuma? Kazuma-sama! What are you talking about? What's any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it! They don't know that the guy never made it to England! That he died on that steamship! Yes, we knew that, thank you. And that he'll never— Ah! Wait! Hey, what the fuck?!
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen. It's a good job I came by.
Damn, we're actually seeing a judge outside of the courtroom. Is this a first? I mean, other than, like, Ace Attorney Investigations 1, Case 4, and even then... No, yeah. That would still probably count, but that was also a weird case because, like... Because of the way that sprites worked, everyone was, like, turned to face each other, kind of like this, instead of, like, facing you head on. You don't normally see, like... You don't normally see a judge, like, outside of, like, the court. The actual courtroom in this series. Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. Wasn't that the name? Wasn't that the one unknown name in that correspondence at the end of the last game? Wasn't Jigoku? Wasn't it SG Goku? May I say, since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato.
Did you know all along from the start of the trial?
The judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seshiro here hadn't known, then he recognized you. But I had a word in his ear beforehand. As an old friend. So, Seshiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much!
What do you think of my Seshiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I saw a man flying like that.
I mean, good throw. Good setting him flying, but... Where could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett. About Dr. Wilson. Now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. Nobody else is around.
Judicial System go to Basan Esquires? Could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Saseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps there could be faith that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear. Please, Saseki-san, tell me at once. I will! I will!
As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Think of this locum to a Naruto-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikonaba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with the particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. It was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in.
I don't really know exactly. But, do you remember them? Those two terrible cases that's caught up in?
Of course, I can never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? That's why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care! I don't know listen what that desperately disinterest says!
Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious and unanswered questions. A horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over. It seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
That's one case done at least. That was like roughly a half an hour, yeah. Honestly, I think I did, in the end, make the right call to, leave off when I did. I don't feel like staying up until 5 AM that day. Oh. Episode 2, Memoirs of the Cloud Kokoro.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road.
Wasn't this?
As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Having made a long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the active detective's own lodgings from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. This is a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now. I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. That epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. What delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite. Say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. 30th of August, 7:20 AM. Sholmes' suite. Ah, Runo, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. Smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh! Nothing in the way, Mr. Naruhodo! I need to remember my Herlock Sholmes voice. This could be just the obtruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation or probably mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. Get out of my face, sir! The truth is clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about?
You, Mr. Naruto, you have this very morning met with a surprise! Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered all together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning.
Can I talk now?
Well, of course! I don't look for admiration, you understand?
My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. It runs in the family.
Oh, it has?
And the button was ripped off last night, you remember? By you. Really pulled your button off?
What are you two doing?
Why are you pulling his button off? Excuse me?
Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay,
the third string snapped! Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder that at my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket.
And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes.
Helpful.
What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
Apparently, Riddle said when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
Well, that really is a surprise.
Yep, he's back.
The motherfucker himself.
Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. But do they know his gestures? His gesticulations? Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend. Here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Holmes' lodger and companion. Truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Brandt's magazine.
So, Mr. Naruto, will you pull us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning?
Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact.
Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast.
Oh yes, what fun! Oh.
Okay, but first of all, I must look at everything in the room for old time's sake.
Oh yes, a huge metal chest with lace cloth laid on it, being used as a table for tea and coffee. It's very sturdy, that's for sure. Firmly locked shut. That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases. Yes, so I've been led to believe, though personally I've never actually seen inside. That's the way it will stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you're opening it uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten
by a gun.
Be bitten by your gun. Was there a beast inside there or something?
I mean, you can put a door on you that lets a beast in.
Is that how that works? Fire! Fire! I guess this time of year, Londoners seem to leave their hearths light all day long. And I love it. There's something very relaxing about watching the flames flit dance about. Don't pay attention to the frame rate. Don't pay attention to the frame rate of those flames, though. It's fine. It's not the worst frame rate. At least it's not. At least it's not Pokemon Scarlet Violet. Ugh, God.
The fireplace in days of summertime is a waste of space. Really, no use at all.
Rather like a great detective in days of no crimes and no criminals. Hurley.
Well, consider this. Instead of a fireplace, a frost place. That's my latest idea.
Just let the ice shoot out of the frost place.
An extraordinary earth from which emanates a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think?
Is this man trying to invent AC? I think if you invented such a thing, your name will go down in history.
The principle is extremely simple. One must, of course, lay a cold fire in the hearth.
You must lay a cold fire to invent AC. Yes, of course. Brilliant.
The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. Oh, it taunts me.
So as your British say, it's a bit of a damp squib. Man, Ryunosuke here picking up the sayings. Picking up the language. Ryunosuke is becoming English. It's terminal. What else is there to see?
Globe! The world!
Books, papers, scientific implements. These shows are stuck to the gunnels. Mrs. Sal wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand mess. Susie might not be able to stand the mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shells. Oh, why not? Everything's in an intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. It's the worst game of Jenga ever. Susie knows it was a very delicate arrangement. Right from the outset. Makes it sound like a mean great minds. The truth is, Mr. Schultz just needs to tie up. That thing. The machine really is imposing, isn't it? I can never remember its name. So I guess we did get that thing back from case 5 of the last game? Because I think I remember being like, we never got this back. I guess we did get it back, or is that a different machine? Is that fucking stereoscope? I see eyepieces. Is that supposed to be some type of fucking stereoscope? He calls it his Great Analytoscope. Can analyze anything at all. Okay, no, it is the Great... I think it was the Great Analytoscope in the last game. Which I think, if I remember correctly, he pawned off to... He pawned off to the dude with Case 5, but I don't think we ever actually got it back. So how do we get it back? I don't think it was anywhere in the store that we investigated all game. That doesn't really help me. What does analyze this thing even mean?
Ah, an extremely astute question, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
Well, as I said, my machine here spits out analysis results of anything with which you care to present it. Well, how to interpret those results, that's the key. And I confess I have no idea. Clearly, I'm going to have to construct a great analytoscope to solve the problem.
That might not help. York? That damn violin. Ah yes, Mr. Schultz's faithful musical companion. Was this violin made by somebody famous? Yes, it's a Stradivarius. Stradivarius, something like that. I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you can afford one, Bruno. Oh wait, you're a lawyer. Yeah, you're never getting this. Didn't you buy it for a song, Mr. Schultz?
I found it at a pawnbroker among the forfeited articles. It clearly said Stradivarius on the label. It was definitely not a viola.
What?
The ignorant broker had no idea of its true value, you see, so I paid a mere 55 shillings for it. Yes, I have something of a term for shopping. Herlock Sholmes, bargain hunter.
But, is it really a Stradivarius, then?
But of course, my dear fellow! It says so on the label! Labels never lie!
I think perhaps the ignorant broker had something of a term for selling. The ignorant broker that is dead? Who died at the end of the last case? Why can't you look at the initials? That was the thing I could examine before. Nothing particularly of note. I don't care about these gunshot wounds. I'm used to them by now. Gunshot holes. These are different pieces of evidence from cases you've solved, aren't they, Mr. Schultz?
Not quite, Mr. Naruhodo, not quite. These stringers are a selection from cases I've solved with particular plum. They're souvenirs of my success. Memories, Mr. Naruto, memories.
Really? So tell me about the case with which the bust of Napoleon featured.
I forgot. Great.
Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Sholmes, wonderful. Are these supposed to be, like, reference? I'm guessing that they're supposed to be like, oh yeah, if you know Sherlock Holmes books, then you know all this. Unfortunately, I've never actually... I think I mentioned it in the last, I think I mentioned it at some point during the first half. I've never actually read a single Sherlock Holmes story. So I could not tell you anything about, like, So I could not tell you anything about anything on here. Iris's blackboard? Ah yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle? Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago. The theft of a precious stone. Carbuncle is another name for a garnet, you see. Especially if it's cut with a rounded top. Oh, really? And this garnet was blue, was it? Well, that's the thing! They're usually red! No blue garnets have ever been discovered. Oh. So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case. Proper Sherlock Holmes conundrum, huh? Ah yes, the medicine cabinet. There's so many different bottles up there on that charming little set of white shelves. Oh, do be careful, Runo. You mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry. I didn't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know. I totally would not eat a glass of anything. I totally would not eat glass. I totally would not eat glass with potentially poison in it. I'm not stupid. I'll teach my kids to be the same way. I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day he polished up a full bottle of one of my alkaloids. Oh god. What? They was hungry. Oh, be extra careful. Tea. I look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day. Ah, well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice. You call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time. Why can't you do both? Oh yes, that's because different blends can have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat. That sounds ominous. Just be my guinea pig, Ryunosuke. Can't tell with my eyes shut, you know. I can believe it. When deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun. Oh no, the deadlines. Okay. Oh, what's the name of the girl from Hidamari's sketch? Say? But you go full on saying when the deadline's approaching. That reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one. It woke me, actually. I was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake. That's incredible. But then, when it got late, I found that there wasn't any paper in the machine. I wonder if I'd actually been typing at all. I think you might just have fallen asleep on the job. Dreaming of the work you have to do. Hell itself. I think that's everything. I think I've seen everything there is to see. For now. Have you seen my armband I got from Cosma? This means I'm Cosma now. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this...
Shh! None of the wood! Ah, yes, I see. This would be a collar for a brave miniature canine with a particularly long neck! And for winter use!
He just called us a dog! He just called us a giraffe-necked dog! Actually, it's the armband I always wear that symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer.
Precisely, which leads to one conclusion. You're a tiny dog with a big neck. Your arm is, in fact, the particularly long neck of a miniature canine. Okay, you're not a dog. Your arm is, though. I wish I'd never shown him this now. He was barking mad. Oh, that was great. Bye. Not everything, Bruno. Don't worry, there's plenty to eat for breakfast. Bye. We just left. We didn't actually talk to them. 30th of August, Naruto's legal consultancy. Oh, no. I was like, did I just accidentally advance the plot? Sasan's tea said she left here with me. I still think green tea is just too bitter, though. Like this for sugar and milk. The children wasn't expecting the accurate taste at one time. I never heard anyone let out a scream like that before, or seen anyone fall down the stairs quite like that either. He's got brain damage. Oh no. No, he always brings a smile on my lips whenever I'm feeling down. I just really want to see Sherlock Holmes get hurt from tea. Hell's gently simmering away there on top of the stove as usual. It's kind of Susao's-san sent me a Japanese tea. I really likes it. But for me, it's the sound of the stove and burling kettle I like the most. On biting winter mornings. Also, apologies if I seem a little distracted. I'm expecting a package today. Oh, wait. The office spade. Now Susao-san's gone, the shovelers aren't represented to correct me. Those damn shovelers! Always wrong! Now I can be as wrong as I want, and no one can say otherwise! Maybe I'll have to do it myself. That's not a spade, Miss Naruto-san. It's a shovel! Damn it! Even when they're gone, their spirit remains. Doll. I guess it's the rumor doll I brought with me from Japan. I was interested in the color in the other eye once I become a fully fledged lawyer. It's still winking at me, like it's trying to say, I can wait, take as long as you need. Or maybe not. I'll just have to keep on doing the best I can, I suppose. At first glance, my desk here might look as though it's in a mess. However, it's not in a mess at all. Everything is exactly where I want it to be. Whenever Susao-san looked at it, she'd put her hands on her hips and say, "Oh dear." Her way of saying that I should make it a more orderly and neat mess. I miss that. Aw. I miss her nagging at me to clean my room, like a mother would. I never did see what Susao-san's room looks like. I could go in now, of course. I don't dare. Stay a young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets. Although from the laughter I used to hear when Iris would visit, I imagine it's mainly sweet. Look at the prawns and the anemones gently swaying around in the tank. Regular cleaning, some food and fresh seawater is all they need. And some conversation, of course. It seemed like a lot of effort at first, but it was worth it. It's nice to be able to tell what they're thinking. You know, Suga, you might need some help. Why do you think there's so many people in London at aquariums like this once? They were in vogue. You'd never expect to find sea anemones in the middle of the capital. I think I'll have to name them soon. What is all this supposed to be? Onions? Table. It's Susao-san's desk. I suppose it won't get used now that she's gone back to Japan. I guess I'll just have to use it. I'll have to be Kazuma and Susao now. I'll just have to wait here patiently for its old friend to return. Alright. Alright, let's go actually talk to Sherlock Holmes. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post.
Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. I wish I knew how to read.
And how is your judicial system faring, may I ask?
It's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appears as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court in one case. Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
Look above your good self, my dear fellow.
And one case is two, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness.
Natsume. No, I don't recall that name.
Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. I'm trying to think, because I think the first case is the one. Because the first case is obviously the one where we actually met him, because we didn't actually know him before. That was the murder case of case. That was the case 4 murder case. What? But the fifth case he like left. I want to say the second case is literally because I think there was a point where we just kind of like went into his room and kind of checked the place out. Maybe that's just what the second case is referring. Because I feel like I remember that. I'm just trying to remember like the exact details because it has been a while since I thought about case 4.
Ah, the mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache.
He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley.
Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess the details are a little hazy now.
A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So, what was this startling news?
So, what was the startling news penned by Mr. Sato?
You remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes?
Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur.
He's totally forgotten, then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Sao asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further.
What took place half a year ago? For what purpose?
This is something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings.
Oh?
Mr. Natsume's return to Japan. Mr. Sao's father questioned him about the case, she says. Something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. Then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. So it must not be published, you said. Very mysteriously as well.
Really? I said that? Are you sure?
You perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? But why Mrs. Sao was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? What are you hiding? We know you're hiding a lot of shit from us. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan?
Indeed it was. Due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe.
That's right. Telling her to return urgently.
Yes, because her father had passed away.
No. It's just he was suffering from a high fever. The cause of which is unknown. He's not dead! According to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to us so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. To bring her back to Japan so suddenly like that. And what Mrs. Sao's father is hiding? Ellie, do you know what it's all about? Oh?
Ah, well, who can say?
What? But you said...
Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today.
Show me.
A stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
I will, Ellie, don't worry. See you later. He's got a little further quickly there. Trying to play around with the way my model moves. I don't think it's quite working. Barely even opening his mouth. God. I think perhaps Professor Makoto isn't the only person hiding something here. Seki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. Of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last! Iris, are they... Knows about the case? That's right, Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. You want to read them, Bruno? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris.
Well, what's with the music swell?
I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. Perhaps if I read over the notes again, something may come to light? That's the spirit!
Just a little bit more of a touch-up on the audio.
And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and the fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail, I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. But of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain.
Wait, I thought this was just like a you lost your nerve type of deal from the last case. Is this a lost your nerve type of deal, or is this a is this a something got fucked up and now I literally am unable to practice law, like, by law?
So this is a flashback case?
This is gonna be a flashback case, isn't it?
It was 6 months ago, a serious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London.
I like how we're having a flashback case to the time when we were in London. Time we, like, saw in the first game, but apparently just didn't get to know about. Excuse me?
A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement at Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attack her, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susanoo-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence.
Joyful! Joyous! Jubilation!
Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning.
Victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Ready to depart at once.
So Susanoo-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital.
A hansom? I'm guessing that's just gonna be another word for, like, a horse-drawn cart. Sure enough, a two-wheeled horse-drawn carriage accommodating 2 inside with the driver seated behind.
BOW!
Also, this room looks familiar. 21st of February, 5:30 a.m. St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward.
Was this the same hospital that Sholmes was in the last case?
There you are at last!
Good morning, Mr. Sholmes.
I think not.
Oh!
You're late! What took you so long?
The telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes. It was a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, it's 5:30 now. I think we made some very good time.
Time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity.
Huh?
In point of fact, I myself was woken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. I feel like it was someone unjust that I alone have been roused at such an hour. I sent one to you! I don't get to sleep, neither do you!
Well, thanks for that.
Anyway, you're here now, so the victim was over there. She's only just regained consciousness. You should introduce yourselves. And I shall observe from here.
So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is... Ah yes, here we are. Miss Green. She's going to be involved in a very strange case involving some other colored names, like a Colonel Mustard. I can't remember the... Bobby? Was like the dude who got killed, I think it was? Belle! Look at Belle.
Eh! A mouse in an enormous mouse! Don't you talk about Belle like that!
He's a rat. For him in a hospital, that doesn't seem the best. Hey, Belle's here to get treated too. It looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. Belle is feasting here. You'll love to see it. Once we get back in Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. Except a friend and family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. We're just going to rifle through her bag while she's sitting right there before you even talk to her? No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize the young maiden's personal belongings. We're not on a case yet. No stealing. The young maiden may have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Oh, sweet, delicious caramel. Mr. Sholmes, you have some caramel for me, right? There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that? If you're a patient here, I feel sure you take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That's a worry. At least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Besides, I hate medicine. I hate doctors. I hate hospitals. I would never. Oh, no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, you Mr. Sato. Ah, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feel... Was she an animal? What is this place, a zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes. Damn pigeons. This is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. Damn. Scrutinize. That is some fatphobic bullshit from the doctors here. What the hell? Trout wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? I don't think that's the decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Wow. If you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman is special someone, do you think? Or a brother. Honestly, I'm guessing brother, more likely. I feel like he definitely has that blonde-haired look. My man, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know he had a sense for the matters of the heart. Not in the least. It's seriously said the first thing I thought of. Was inside the trash. Windows. This looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so... He or she's probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear, how worrying. What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. Damn it, Emmy. You're not supposed to run around the place. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. Imagine if you're peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two. Why do people just want to eat medicine like it's a fucking sports drink? At least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. Don't imagine that would stop you if you're hungry. I worry that you break the lock. Oh man, I'm hungry! Medicine cabinet! Just breaks the lock. Penicillin! Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Sato. What am I, a raccoon? Oh, I guess we should actually examine the woman. Good morning. Hello, I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no, wasn't your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. I'm Susao Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no, wasn't your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. Skittish, this one. Ready to regain consciousness and wanted to come give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. You sure are green. What's that key for? Wonder what that's the key to. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is I desperately want to be an artist. Art's hard, alright, I get it. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. You can't be any worse than I am. There's no one who stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Like some people I know. There's no fucking lamps in this room right now. We don't need two people putting themselves down for no goddamn reason. Being as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really. At the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Look, as long as you don't do something crazy like go to college for art and then become a lawyer or something crazy like that. Seriously, who would do that? That's insane. Look at that person!
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flam, Brixton Road. As I say that, but I think even at the end of that case, they did be like, although you're an art student, your main major is in law, isn't it? What? Did they ever He was an art student, wasn't he? I think I remember that being a thing. Why the fuck was he taking art classes in college?
I see. How very interesting.
Oh no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away from the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center.
Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes?
Perhaps not, but Briarrow is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means.
Damn! He just said Briar Rose for poor people. Also, I'm pretty sure this word was in the first game, but yeah, salubrious mean healthy, health-giving, pleasant place, not run down shithole like Briar Road.
Killing the maleficent Mr. Mustache.
Your means, I suppose the Seki-san does fit the bill.
Struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine art student to be walking in such a district. That's all.
What's this? You suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young man's private affairs.
Oh dear me, do forgive me.
If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thanks so much for Scream. Wait, hold on, watch with the incident. Suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in the hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly.
Oh, I see.
Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never regain consciousness.
Damn, woman!
Damn, what the fuck?
You really are just Lamp as a depressed art student instead of a depressed. Damn.
Oh no! We're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are.
With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. Hey, don't let me in with her, alright? Don't even think of it. I try to not like throw myself a pity party. I try to be more of like the overconfident asshole than the self-deprecating asshole for a reason.
Sorry, Mr. Narrow Full Fodder here. Mr. Narrow Fodder!
Narrow fodder now! Well, if you're looking for Mr. Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but...
Mr. Narrow Fodder, good! This is for you! It's mentioned from Mr. Saucy Nutsmeg.
Mr. Saucy Nutsmeg?
The sexy Nutsmeg. Nutsmeg.
Mr. Natsume? Send a message to me?
Why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume?
Exactly! What's going on?
This Scotland Yard constable doing plain delivery boy at a time like this in the morning.
Ah! What are you waiting for? Let me see that!
Oh!
Whoa, this is most unexpected.
Something wrong, Mr. Sholmes?
Wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, you took it from me!
Give it to me! It's my mail anyway! Isn't this a crime?
Is messing with people's mail like a federal crime at this point in time? When did that become... I don't know. That's not a simple thing to look up. I'll find out later, maybe.
It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less.
We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab! Time is of the essence!
But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did.
That will be entirely convenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. Murder we must investigate. Took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings.
Wait, what?
I'll have...
Fiaker? I'm guessing that's like the handsome but for 3 people? Yeah, small 4-wheeled carriage for public hire. So basically, ye old taxi. It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? May very well be the unluckiest man alive. At least in this time period. But so it seemed to you. It just seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. "24th of February, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ground floor." Oh! What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead.
Locus Mr. Esquire!
Also, yeah, you're... Okay, yeah, no, you still had a mustache back then, but I think you definitely, like, style it differently here than you did in the first case. Mr. Natsume!
Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me?
I really just got out good! Yesterday, I was finally home after 2 days of misery! And then I wake up the next day to this! No anybody should get a word like this! Wibble! War! Without wiggle!
There's you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache.
Ah! That's a horrible Herlock Sholmes! Shovel up! Shut yourself the door! I never invited you! I hope I don't have to do this for every case. I can tell this point's gonna throw out my throat again. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you?
Oh. Right. Here they are. Already. The busybodies. Greggy! Before he possibly got arrested for, conspiracy, or at least, yeah, conspiring with a criminal.
Ah, Inspector Gregson! What a pleasant surprise!
Pleasant, is it? There's a heartburn every time I see your face on frownty balls. Oh, hold on, I need to eat something too, because I promised a certain lamp that I was going to eat something since they wanted me to starve in their chat before. I'll wait until Greggy's on screen again.
Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburns result your excessive consumption of fried food!
Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene! Don't you go touching anything! Or good morning to you too, Sunshine.
Alright, I'm ready to eat when Greggy is again. Bye.
You sure that's everything we need to, Mr.
No. Bye.
Just leave!
21st of February. Sholmes is sweet.
I need new dialogue! I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruto. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susao-san sees me. Look at all these mementos of Mr. Sholmes' past cases. You know, Mr. Susao's eyes are still No, Mrs. Sal's eyes still sparkle every time she lays eyes on them. But yours don't, do they, Bruno? Well, I have read the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes now. Wait, you did? You read up on Sherlock Holmes? Or Miss Usado? Not by choice. Got it. The trouble is, having seen the real thing in action, somehow the stories don't quite ring true for me. He does solve the cases, in the end. I suppose so. Perhaps there's more to the great detective than meets the eye. Chest. Grab the chest. It's curious that this enormous metal chest is being used as a coffee table. And even more curious to think that Iris's father's notes about Mr. Sholmes' case are inside it. You mustn't look in there, Bruno. Those notes are a secret between Daddy and me. Mr. Sholmes isn't somehow in on the secret. Harley tends to forget, you see. As soon as he saw the case, in fact. Yeah, she totally just read our mind again. God damn it, Ryunosuke. I swear, you're worse about this than even Phoenix. Once we read one of my manuscripts, we had a terrible argument about it. Never have I solved such a case, he said. He was absolutely adamant. Sometimes I wonder if he's from another planet, don't you? No comment, I notice. Oh, hello. You're just here typing away now. Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is. She was just talking to us! I find it quite remarkable how she focuses on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea. Blend from the right would be good for you, Bruno. Oh! Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. I think that every single one of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossomed from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought. I actually had a go on it the other day. Metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow. That made Iris angry. Isn't that how you incredible fuck up? You're ruining my dreamy thoughts! Please don't do that again! Now I've made Susao sound angry as well. Tea. It was just feel pretty neatly arranged, this tea says. It's my favorite one. In fact, I think it's high time for afternoon tea. Wait there! I'll fetch the special blend that I prepared for today. Oh, Iris, you do love your tea, don't you? You look so happy at the prospect. Now that you've drunk it, I'll collect some experimental data if that's alright. Just what is she about to make me drink? I'm concerned. That's a charming little white shell. Both charming little bottles, too. Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode. A charming shell full of charming bottles, full of charring ingredients. You know, Haley mistakenly drank one from one of them the other day. What? And how? I think he was lucky, though. He hasn't exploded yet. Chemistry can be a very hazardous occupation. It's probably fine as long as he doesn't get shot or anything. Sleeping with Mr. Sholmes is a hazardous occupation, if you ask me. Blackboard? I want to see what's on the blackboard for today. Ah yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? So, what's on the blackboard today? Fuck up, Bruno. What is this? Oh, I'm just playing around with ideas for the title of next month's installment. Also, that's one L. That spelling mistake. Spelling mistake. Where the hell is the spell checker? The idea I had was the bell coronet. I'm only talking about which one to use. What do you think, Bruno? Anything but buck up, Bruno, obviously. I suppose you're right. Tell you what, I'll surprise you with it. You'll have to wait until next month and see. Ugh, so many sleepless nights. Damn, you're gonna become world famous in London. This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. One he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? A shoddy something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. The world-famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Stragivore? Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. I don't want to get called out like this. There's all sorts of these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. This is how it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. Looks as though it might topple, and does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. Hello, Moon. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you're doing well today. I really don't get it. What else is there to see? The analyscope. The disappearing, reappearing analyscope. This enormous machine takes up the entire desk, doesn't it? It's really very imposing. Ah, Hartley's great analyscope, yes. You can analyze anything at all, you know? I've never seen anyone actually using it. Well, it's his invention, so I don't know how to operate it. Why don't you get it to analyze its own operation, then? Oh, Bruno, you're raising a shot today, aren't you? Just leaves it at that. Great. Just analyscope the analyscope. That's how that works, right? Okay, actually examine all these bullet holes. Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen everything there is to see in here. Why can't I not go outside? Oh wait, because it's not even set up yet, isn't it? Is it? I guess... Yeah, no, it probably only gets set up, like, after the case, doesn't it? Yeah, because you only really have it, like, for the 5th case in the previous game. Can I talk to her again? I can't talk to her. I couldn't even... Oh, right, I couldn't even present anything to her, really, could I? Briar Road. Memories. 21st of February, Briar Road. With the exception of the top floor, where Mr. and Mrs. Gardeb live, all the windows are bricked up. Damn window tax! Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows the property had. Fucking window tax. I can't believe that this... I really did learn about it in school, I just didn't remember until now. I don't know. Would I have learned... Would the window tax be something you learn in school? Especially in American school? In order to pay less tax, poor members of society filled in many of their windows. But the tax has been abolished, hasn't it? So windows could all be opened up again, surely. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of the district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that's a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in very cheap accommodation. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Gardeb residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped, though, especially the front wheel. Does that make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. Some schmuck named Yosuke Hamamura probably rode this. When the front wheel would be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted. Then, there's a good chance that Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. Oh yeah, wasn't this Natsume's bike? I don't remember anymore. I feel like that was a throwaway line. Your Dip household, Mr. Natsume's lodgings, are in a prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's a bit of a slant. This rather look as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? And is this supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Saseki-san is such a hunchback. Skyline. London's blanketed in fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. Ah, the Crystal Tower. Yes, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition that's open in 6 months' time. Everyone's talking about the Great Exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself. Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? Last Great Exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time, the British are determined to make it an even bigger success, to outdo the Paris Exposition. Paris? Paris? I don't know what they're gonna go with. Let's just say Paris, because I'm an American. I'm a dumb American. I see. That's an incredible number of people. With so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. It's always the honest approach of buying tickets to the main entrance, Mr. Naruhodo. I feel I slurred my words a bit there. Snowman? Why somebody put the snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? It's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? But it already has a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps as a foreigner. The snowman also came from Japan. And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man, I know how he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections. Head, torso, and legs. You ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? I need to think of this. Is there nothing else to see on this side? Just a snowman? Really? I mean, alright, sure. Alright. Let's get back onto the case. What is this big red box? Oi! I say hands off! You're gonna mess up my crime scene! No, I just want to look, that's all. No, Taz! I know you're kind! You'll mess up just by looking at it! Ugh! Someone's in a bad mood.
There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there?
Alright. Sounds like I better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor.
Okay, but what if I want... Oh, right, they automatically mark everything off.
Gotta talk to the inspector. You're the inspector, right, man? A terrible thing to have happened.
It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it's happening all over again.
Endless existence of excruciating experiences! So the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it?
This is right. The way we were neighbors, I suppose.
Don't you know the victim? Were you friends? What's the matter with Saseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? He seems so shaken by it.
Oh, I suppose he was a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room?
Never!
Oh my honor! I swear it!
An extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
We found them here. I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come.
There's Inspector over there! So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shamspear. I didn't think about it when I kept looking at. I didn't really want to mention it when I kept seeing like the dude's name in the move list, but William Shamspear. Okay then. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss, it happens. Or just dead. Damn, Greggy. It's a Shamspear. It was the landlord, old Mr. Gardeb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fellow didn't rise at his usual hour, so Gardeb got worried and knocked the door down. But does Mr. Gardeb have a bad leg? Ah, yeah, you're right there. There's a jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san? This one was pretty hot up, it seems. He even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. Wait. Hold up. Let's eat. With no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were people in this house. Miserable life, a miserable end to it, you know. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved with the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Sorry, let me just finish my little moth snack first. That one's for you, Lamp. Try to starve me. Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or they act suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the collaborator. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man. How unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. I don't think the fellow's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Well, too bad. What are you doing? Just pressing your JoJo post at a podium? It's the worst podium I've ever seen, but... Mrs. Sholmes, what are you doing?
Ha! You only have something to know, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. This is my investigation pose.
There's nothing natural about that pose. Mrs. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery?
Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been in this room for 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened.
My goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes?
Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life.
Ah! Ah! So Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes has significant somehow?
No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. Forget all about me. Forget I ever existed. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips.
Nonsense! Ah! He's got a bit more facial. He's got a bit more facial expressions this go around, doesn't he? I don't remember him ever having that pose with the eyes like, open and darting around. Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions?
No, please, pretend I'm not here.
Invisible! Ineffable! Inscrutable! Insignificant! Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail.
But of course,
It's a time. It's a time. It's a time.
let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions. Present for your pleasure in 2x!
We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. That this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time?
Yes. So, my dear fellows, for your delay and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1! Yeah!
The game is afoot! Act 1. Cause of death.
Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Oh! Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably, this man was eating soap for dinner! That is poor! Why is a soap set so personally upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course! The fork reveals the answer!
It's like he just looks at the camera like... What?
If it's the young man's appetite was his undoing.
Why is he boxing? Why is he boxing now?
Taking up arms in the form of his cuddly, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Like this!
Pop up!
Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast.
This man just really needs to eat some soap!
But London's foul soap has been skirmished by foul poison. It's a real 1-2 punch. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course.
What? Poisoning from soap ingestion? It was soap poisoning. Oh! I totally did not read that second part because I was too busy making a Christmas story reference. Oh!
The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Does the man die and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The clever criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover its tracks. Not like a certain English woman. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock!
The entire handle is busted!
Also, what?
Also, was that just from kicking down the door?
No force open now. At the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the soul key was in the victim's pocket.
Locked room mystery!
In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with an inferior soap from whence I've wafted an inferior scent.
He died because he ate low quality soap!
He'd only bought the finest soap, and with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. You can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Is there a murder? No possible perpetrator present. This concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction.
There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes.
You're disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? Pray what concerns you.
Well, no matter how hungry he is, do you really think the man would have eaten soap?
It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It's a curious thing, but the one so destitute so can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing.
Man, Gumshoe doesn't know. Man, Gumshoe on his ramen diet? Nah, he's gotta go for the soap diet.
How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past.
I've eaten soap in the past! You've eaten it, you mean?
My dear fellow, some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Sherlock Sholmes is the dude who would sell off the Tide Pod nonsense. Oh! And did it?
As I writhed in agony on the floor and split the contents of my stomach. Yes, I believe it did. Spilled the contents of my stomach. Yes, I believe it did. I mean, experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous.
Don't eat soap, kids. Don't eat Tide Pods either. I can't believe people actually were stupid enough to fucking eat Tide Pods.
It's an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it.
Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's just Natsume. Ah! I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. He's always like that, though. That doesn't mean anything. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' seduction has touched a nerve somehow.
Nonsense!
Oh, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. Oh, what the? I think, judging by Mrs. Natsume's reaction, your detected deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in blah 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 blah. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in that obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls for us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the keywords in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions. Oh. And discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. In other words, we have to fix this whole damn deduction. Like true assistance. I mean, someone's gotta be as John H. Wilson now. We can do that. I'm sure we'll arrive what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place.
In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, we will continue to delay in wonder and let the curtain rise for Sherlock Sholmes' Legendary Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1!
We're not in Act 2 now? Course correction! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes.
Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, one half of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is the soap set so perfectly upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course! The fork reveals the answer!
Well, you can't say that a fork implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use the fork than attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half the bar of soap is left on this plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. Does this man eat soap? You think he was drinking tea with the soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. Ah, how about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp down as much as possible. Gulp as much down as possible. Please remember, it may not actually have been the soap level that he's been made out to be. What if he is, though? I suppose you eat soap with a fork, would you? How about a spoon? I don't think it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap full stop. But then why? Why does this man have a fork in his hand? Oh dear, I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruhodo, but please don't take it out on me. Point is, if we decided that man used this fork to eat the soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Sholmes' deduction. We really ought to consider some other clues. What about the stain? I'm surprised we can't make this. Surprised we can't look at the stain for anything. I mean, Look, there's more soap on the floor here. This here must have really loved this stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at the soap. You see that would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table. What the? How can that be? I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. So we know what we had to present. Once again, I cannot just save here, unfortunately. That's why I made the separate save at the start. Nah, man, he wasn't about to eat the soap. He was about to eat this teacup. I need to screw around at least a little bit here. Here we have an empty teacup within arm's reach of the victim. Clearly, if poison was the cause of death, the possibility that was administered in this drink can't be overlooked.
My dear fellow, possibilities are endless. The question we are currently pondering is whether or not this vivacious-looking victim ate the soap.
Ah!
Until we've established that, I suggest you keep your possibilities to yourself.
Ah! Looks like I was getting ahead of myself. Vivacious might not be the most appropriate term to describe a dead man, Mr. Sholmes. Soap on a plate and a fork in hand. Even so, surely you wouldn't try to eat soap no matter how hungry you were. That's what we must determine. Was the victim eating soap when he died or not? So we can establish that with some certainty. We shan't make any progress. How about a slippery problem? I don't think picking the fork's gonna give me anything more interesting, so let's just present the soap. The other soap. No, this man was not eating soap. He's got full bar here. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all.
It's obvious, really. For no deaths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Who would be foolish enough to think that someone would want to eat soap? Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite!
That begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table.
Excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. Full London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison attaining the contents of the plate.
Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument, then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. The soap and lemons that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. There's no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Contents of the plate is just the soap again, isn't it? Well, you know there's a saying in Japanese, don't you? If your food is poisoned, you might as well eat it, plain and all. Well, there's an image. All I can picture now is the victim first taking a bite of the soap and then the plate. Soap like some tofu and the plate like a giant rice cracker. Oh dear, that sounds like a very bland combination. You get anything if you re-examine the fork? Victor didn't eat the soap, then what did he eat? Yes, it's a real mystery, isn't it? Ah, I got it! He wasn't interested in eating the soap at all! It was this fork he wanted to satisfy his hunger with! Naruhodo, I really don't think it's helpful to continue with this line of reasoning that the gentleman has peculiar taste. That's not such a gentle way with words. I know when I've been told off. I don't! He tried to eat the fork! He probably had a spoon too, he probably ate that first. Clearly then the fork that must have been laced with poison. The victim, having terrible table manners, licked the fork all over and paid for his rudeness with his life!
A theory that can be refuted in short order, I'm afraid, my dear fellow. Look at the victim's face. He wears the makeup commonly employed by those of his profession, including rouge for the lips. If there's no hint of rouge on the fork, hence we can be assured that the fork never touched the man's mouth.
Mr. Sholmes, that was actually brilliant. Where was that when you were like, he ate soap then? I think I need to look around some more. Causing death was poison. How did it get into the victim's body? I think it might be difficult to establish the answer conclusively at this point. At the very least, the idea of poison soap should be discounted, I think. I'm sure there's a far more likely explanation before our eyes here. Something obvious that could explain how poison passed the victim's lips. I don't think that'll be interesting, so he drank something, poison drink. What else would it be? Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison, the tea in the teacup.
Indeed, cause has been the vet's choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. It would appear that this victim drank every last drop.
There's no sign of food anywhere in the room.
Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the nutrition of poison contained in this teacup.
Poison in the teacup. Tea.
Cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question.
Alright, this was Act 2, wasn't it?
Was it suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man die and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer.
Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our detections so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, the Chancellor was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that. But what troubles me is just Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggested. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues.
The man die and die alone.
It's just been in his hand the whole time. We just never bothered to, like, go around the whole way before. Fork again. The victim just seems to be holding it so pointedly. It makes it impossible to let go of the idea that it must be involved somehow. Well, let's hope it turns out to be a useful clue in the end. It's not going to, is it? It's empty. It's the only cup on the table. It appears so, yes. When you consider those facts, Mr. Sholmes' reasoning seems highly logical. It's always the same in these deductions. The real truth is always buried a little deeper than the great detective suggests. So Naruhodo, you seem very dubious, Mr. Sholmes, all of a sudden. Are you doubting him? Do you need me to throw you again? Oh, that's his hat. Fork did it! Fork did it! I'm just gonna keep suggesting the fork now. The only fork present is this one in the victim's right hand. If somebody hasn't been present here when the victim died, there would be another fork somewhere.
Which leads you to conclude there were no other persons present at the time.
Precisely, Mr. Sholmes, precisely!
That's your train of thought, my dear fellow. What I have succeeded in doing is substituting my single teacup for a single fork.
You know, these all have been unique so far. I wonder if they actually like gave him like unique like rebuttals for like your nonsense in the second game. Oh, yes, you're right.
However, I can't permit such plagiarism.
How exactly do you plagiarize a train of thought? I even show all my working. It's crucial to determine whether or not there was somebody else present at the time of death.
Well, tell us if this was a murder or suicide.
Yes, and while the argument that the presence of a single teacup shows he was alone is a good one, we need to make sure we look at this from all angles.
Fine.
It's another Western vessel for infused. It's a teacup! It too is empty. If he's actually holding this one in his hand, it seems that this is the cup from which Mr. Shamspeare was actually drinking. If that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we've deduced up to now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it.
Yes, I know exactly how you feel. Then let's not say it.
Take that!
Just a single glance is all it takes. You can plainly see this lone teacup lying upset on the table. The same as the victim who died alone, having consumed the poison it contained.
So Naruhodo, with that answer, you haven't rated my reasoning in any way.
Oh, yes, that's true.
As a logician, you will never surpass me. The science of deduction and analysis requires long and patient study. I have several steps ahead of you. Your attempts to correctly serve only to highlight your deficiencies.
This is what you get for agreeing with someone. I had to reconsider my answer then.
Okay, fine. There's nothing else to even point out anyway.
Take that!
Did the man die and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes! There were two teacups in this room all along! Huh. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present! Is that supposed to be Bruce Fairplay? I feel like that's his head, and he's got the same head tilt. The head turn.
At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim. Were you
talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable!
Drawing a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow.
Can you say you know exactly who was in this room at the time of the victim's death?
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock.
But I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. Yeah, the idea of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. We can try to ignore your feelings, we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hold up. Just screw around again.
No, I suppose not. Time to look around again.
Oh, we're looking around, not just presenting a profile? Okay.
Mr. Shamspeare didn't eat candles, it seems. We've already established that he didn't eat soap either. Ah, do you think perhaps the guest brought this candle here last night? Even if he or she did, does it reveal anything about the guest's identity? Good point. There was my idea. It's not that like that candle will be. You sigh so deeply, Mr. Naruhodo. You're in danger of blowing out the flame.
That lock sure is broken.
Oh dear, the latch is most definitely broken, isn't it? The door was kicked in by Mr. Natsume, according to what Mr. Garrett told the inspector. Who knew his short, thin little legs had so much strength in them? I'm not sure the length of his legs is any way significant here. Perhaps this is more about the poor state of the door than about Mr. Natsume's strength, actually. Careful, if you overheard that remark, he'd almost certainly have a lively response. I mean, true. I don't know, can this program like really tell us anything about who was here? Perhaps those reading glasses are a thing we can examine. Well. It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. This makes you think, doesn't it? It makes me think that you're full of hot air. Wow, the call out! We should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time. Father, Sassan's quip and response was cleverer than my original riddle. And the books? I have a strong feeling I'm going to know what's going to be said about these books. At first glance, it seems that only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read... Picture of Monsieur Lecoq. Canterbury Yarn... Yup, those are the same. And A Meal for Gabriel. Gabarol. Something like that. Yeah. Those were all the books that were in case 4. Minus the Lion's Pride, but... Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but... They're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Mr. Green was stabbed. Saseki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them. That's right. Now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yeah, Mr. Natsume claims never been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Familiar books. Now we could, but also we can screw around.
Take that!
Might as well I just saved, so... Candles become shorter the longer they burn, and yet this candle is still rather long. In other words, it's highly likely that somebody else was here late long after the victim died.
With a glowing answer, Mr. Naruhodo. However, you appear to have overlooked the possibility that a police officer lit the candle. You'll need to burn brighter than that to make a great detective, my dear fellow.
The whole point of this exercise is to fix your mistakes, isn't it?
Deduction failed.
I can see nothing. Okay. Okay, but we can still screw around. So screw around I must. Books. It says I didn't examine them. I don't know about these books. I didn't bother to look. You'll observe that there is a pile of books here. Yet clearly, no man could hope to read 3 whole books! No one can read 3 books! It's impossible. In other words, there must have been someone else in this.
I must warn you, Mr. Naruhodo, that sprinkling of phrases such as yet clearly and in other words will not fool anyone.
But I always hear you using terms and phrases like that in your deduction position. Then more fool you!
If you will attempt to emulate the ways of a great detective, you must first identify the greatness!
It's a little annoying that I can't just reload from here. Okay, I just want to present the bottle and then I'll move on to actually solving the case.
Take that!
We can conjecture that this bottle may possibly have been brought here by a guest. And we can further conjecture that the guest's visit may possibly have occurred last night.
That may possibly be rather too much conjecture, do you not think, Mr. Naruhodo? To make a great detection, you must step beyond the roads of conjecture into the arena of facts! I would conjecture that you may possibly never make the leap, however.
Alright. It's also a little tempting to present the broken lock just because it seems like he actually does have, like, unique responses for your wrong answers on, like, the first half. But let's not keep screwing around. Let's get on with it. I've only got, like, an hour and a half-ish. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I looked at these 3 books initially. Wait, but why can I not? This is the exact same. Why can I not skip through this? I think it would have actually been faster to just reload.
Take that!
Alright, let's get on with it. Like, actually. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books.
Why so? It's no weird coincidence these 3 tales are here in this room. It's the link to the truth.
So you purchased these books 4 days ago at a secondhand bookshop.
That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 tales from your own room, will you not? This very moment.
No! Never! Not negotiable! If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Jeez, what was it? I purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings. You were arrested the very next day. So you could conveniently have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that.
In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room.
Would they have given the books back to him and not just be like, oh yeah, that's evidence, you can't have it back, ever? That stupid dab.
Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning.
That same night, the victim had a visitor.
And that visitor...
It's you, Mr. Soseki Natsume!
I have an outburst. This concludes the final act of Herlock shows his great deduction.
Soseki Natsume at the scene. Yeah, but we know you're not the killer. So... deduction complete.
Elementary. Again! Again! Again!
Again! Well then, Mr. Natsume. You appear. I need a more convenient way to take these out. I'm sure you're going to have to come down to the yard. Again. But wait! Oh, you wasn't! Yes. Door being locked! Edgy! Entirely impossible! So flustered he's being even stranger than normal. What, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? We live in the same building after all. You'd have had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure.
But...
Misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get a chance to give your side of the story later.
Facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache.
You You horrible Herlock Sholmes! He really has found himself with an arch rival now, hasn't he? I mean, we helped! Come on now, don't dilly-dallyin'! Outside, there's a carriage waiting!
Let's do it, Mr. Naruto Esquire! I never imagined I'd be in this position. Never imagined I'd be in this position again, but...
You have to help me!
Please, please! I'm innocent!
Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it.
One more thing.
Oh, yes?
My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me.
So, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. The Seki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. Again.
My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you!
Not even gonna talk about... Yeah, the Seki didn't even want to acknowledge the fact that, we helped! Well, at least that means Inspector Grayson is no longer here. Examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. And of course... What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Gerdeb, who discovered Mr. Shamsphere. Ah, Mr. John Gerdeb, right. Yes. I expect we can find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later then. I'm really trying to remember, like, how much... If they even hinted about all of this, like, in the second... Or, like, in the last case of this first half. That there was just a whole other case. I don't know, I feel like they didn't mention anything about another court case, but I have a strong feeling this could be like the first game where the second case was a just investigation case. A la the investigation theory. Even then. Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim shaky goings on. This one looks like a king's attire. King? I've always dreamt of being a king. That is one hell of a pipe dream. I think he'd be more suited to a feudal lord. A daimyo or such like. With a Chan Mage top knot? Every Japanese man was just, he had a Chan Mage. Oh, you look wonderful with one. You already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a Chan Mage and a sword? Elf? There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Rescue Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and I should donate some to the needy. He's just the next time we meet. And then she never met him again. Damn. Bricked up window. As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property is extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh! What is it, Mr. Sato? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. Oh? He had more soap! Oh yes, this is an amateur who's broken out a few of them just here. Is Mr. Shamsphere who did it, I wonder? He's a lodger renting this room. Ah, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What, outside? You're smuggling soap, the bastard! Ugh, it's so cold outside. You can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what's on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Oh, more bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window. Cold soap. Frozen cold soap. I have no idea. A pair of them look rather charming like that. So that's very strange, isn't it? Why is it so lined up outside the window? I think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all. We're just stealing the soap! He's going back to his soap stealing days! I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look at this soap. Ah! See? In the middle there. There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but it's sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. Looks like the Hinamaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? And what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Bar of soap has been entered into the court record. Cheap bar of soap was discovered just outside Mr. Shamsphere's window. There's one or two that were found there. Oh. What's this? It looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened? Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When I look around the room, no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there? Ah! She's right! And yet here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. Better take this, just in case. Torn off end of envelope. Rip piece of an envelope that was found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. The rest of the envelope could not be located. Gonna hold off on examining the dude himself. Let's finally see this red box. Here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. With a lock. Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Ah, I see. Yes, now you've pointed it out. I can see that there's a slot here, just here, it looks like it would take a coin. Do you mean if you put a coin in here? That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold. Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Because there's no meter in our office. This is a gas wall, isn't it? Throw it out. It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Oh, it's gas, it's not actual light. We'll keep it for now. Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas. Now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. But I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though? For the nightly Shakespeare performances. Shamsphere performances, you mean? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruto, with or without an audience. Some people get very used to performing without audience. I know all about that feel. Okay, that sounded like I'm throwing myself a pity party. Jesus. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? You can practice your art every single day. I'll think about it. If you promise to not appear and play the role of the judge! Judge Susato! Well, if that would help you achieve your goal, I don't know, I can't see myself dressing up as a man for any reason, though. This I have to see. Wow. I'm gonna... No interest in the laundry. I mean, fair, but... Alright. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. You suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder... You think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure I had reference at the rate for just such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamspear and his guests drank from last night. Don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bear poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So one was the Shamspear's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Saseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. I should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Pair of teacups. Teacups used by Mr. Shamspear and Mr. Natsume. The one with the green line around the rim was Mr. Natsume's. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Ah! Inspector Grayson! Back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure. Hey! What?! You should probably go and... What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. Yeah!
Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player.
Oh, he's doing a dab too. God damn it, I hate this place.
That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part?
It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Indeed! Oh, happy day!
So, I may have kind of gotten spoiled on that bit. After, like, a stream with Lamp, we, like, raided into someone and they did the, clips thing. Cause, like, the person that we raided into had the clips thing, and, it kinda showed that scene! Damn it! That, like, clip player for, like, shoutouts is, like, the best and worst thing. I swear. Jeez. Whoa. Walking Dead! The fella isn't dead, oh! What was that nonsense he was saying, though? First an almost stabbing, now an almost poisoning? I think, yeah, so it's from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. I think I did actually read Macbeth, like, when I was in high school, but I don't remember really much of anything about it. Shakespeare... So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shamspear, came back to life. The man had indeed been poisoned. It transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. Whatever that now was. 21st of February, Briar Road. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. Again. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. I can't tell if Natsume is like the luckiest or unluckiest person. Because he keeps getting arrested, but he keeps getting arrested for crimes that aren't murder or actual murder. It's very likely Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison as we deduced. It was an accident. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to sneak into Soseki-san's lodgings. Through the bricked up window. Is that like wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, can we have a word? So throw him. Ah! What's these ridiculous poses? He just ran off. He ran away, come on! I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. Memories. Granted, he's not a person that would actually make much of a, impression, considering it was a very bit part. Basically cameoed, so can't exactly blame him for not remembering that at all. I don't think there's anything new to see here in Briar Road. Let's go see Natsume. He's probably still being questioned, but 21st of February. Local prison. Cell 9. Yeah, no. You know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time. Was this literally days ago? So on the top floor of the house where Mr. Natsume has lodgings, occupied by the landlord, Mr. Garrett and his wife, when it looks out over Briar Road below. 21st of February! The Garrett household room. You know what I mean. We are again, eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Gadab's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget.
You chaps there.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday.
It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Gadab as anyone, really.
Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning.
I wonder, if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garrett.
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room.
Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they?
Oh, the wife/maid is probably still in jail at this point, isn't she?
Hey, you wanna see my armband? Mr. Garrett, can I show you this?
Been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. But very rather tired. Haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you.
No other time, then? Cup of tea. Would you like some delicious soap?
Oh, you totally start with this, don't you? Because I don't think I got this at any point. So this is how you know, like, oh yeah, the books. If you didn't play the first game, why the fuck would you play this game if you didn't play the first game, though?
Well, let's take a look at this place again, for old time's sake. You can see Mr. Garrett's Medal of Honor still proudly displayed on the wall. The inscription reads, "For distinguished participation," if you remember. Yes, I remember. Yes, I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that.
Wouldn't know to look at me now, perhaps, but I have my devil may care days, you know.
Devil may care? What'd you get up to?
Mostly love demon killing. With my two guns, Ebony and Ivory.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get myself something quick to eat. I am starting to get hungry. It is lunchtime. Let him thoughtfully ponder his broken pipe. Alright, I'm back. I'm ready. Let's get on with it. Enjoy this last hour.
Well, in the past now, of course. And best left there.
That's not what you're gonna say in 2 months when you're on the jury. Best not. I want to know now. Ah yes, those enormous mortar shells. It's quite something seeing them from up close, isn't it? Didn't you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Garadeb?
Oh, you remember, do you? There's a little mishap that occurred during training one day. You're doing firing on your old men, the captain bellowed at me.
I'm not surprised. A little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it? Also, I see your, mark finally recovered. At this point, at least.
Well, one of these little incidents when one's a hothead young private.
Perhaps I should put some evidence. Perhaps I should put some evidence as a result from one of my little mishaps on display. Oh, does a great lawyer like the great detective want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments? Hey, lions! Oh man, remember lions? Look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Garadeb.
Ah, that old portrait, drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs.
Art student? He looks so wonderfully young, courageous, and strong.
Yes, well, the job presented to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return.
Ah, so not Miss Green, okay. Oh, I see. So, you did, presumably?
No, I probably will did not.
Oh. Took the bribe, didn't take. Took the bribe, but didn't let him off the hook. Cool landlord. Cool landlord!
Portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent, eh?
Yeah, it's still there, probably on the wall. You know what that screen is? We know what that screen is hiding now. The aftermath of the fiery altercation the other day.
Don't suppose we look clear that mess up for some time now.
Oh dear, this must be a very difficult situation for you.
We'll see. People talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half. A rod show all around.
He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. Windows. There's a good view over the wintry East End from up here. It's an impressively gray scene. There's really nothing comparable to Japan. And down below, Briar Road, partly blanketed in snow. And the pavement where poor Miss Green was struck in the back by that knife. Thinking about it, this is the only room in this building that actually has a window to the outside world. Sometimes, Great Britain really does seem like a strange land, doesn't it? I suppose all foreign cultures seem strange at first. Imagine how Englishmen would feel on arriving in Japan seeing people with Chon Mage top knot. Well, that's a good point. Cannon! There's a single apron dragging on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look. Cannon-shaped clothes horse, okay. No, Mr. Naruhodo, that's a real cannon. We talked about this before. I think. I knew that. I was just testing you. Clearly.
Piece of history, does. See plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Well, the old girl and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together.
I like how the cannon also retired.
Of course, she'd come in handy if enemy decided to launch an attack again.
Is there a war going on that I don't know about? Let's wait until the end of the game to find out about that. That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garadeb?
Well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement blush. On active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the whole thing if you wanted it.
Well, it might suit Lord Van Seeks, perhaps. Yeah. An overly ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs. Very tactful, Miss Susao. Very tactful indeed. Please, feel free to say it to his face when you see him again. Ah. Oh, a copy of Rand's magazine. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes is being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful?
Naturally, one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist. But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He is most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous.
That's genuine public opinion for you, Mr. Style. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories. Make no mistake, Mr. Naruhodo. I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard personally. Damn! She will personally kill you for talking shit about Sherlock Holmes. I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from now. Anything else to see around here? I mean, other than... That's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there. I feel sure that was full of cakes when we first investigated in here as well.
Yeah, the maid isn't here to clean up anymore. So,
yeah, I was quite worried. I haven't touched it since. I haven't done much at all, really, since it all happened. That's rather so still for me, you know.
Oh. Time is stood still. Well, that's an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office! You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo. You and your mind, an open book. These shows look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast.
Reminds me of these Battle of Maiwan, don't you know?
Ah, the experiences of a seasoned veteran.
Let me ask to run on all sides. We really thought we were done for, the whole Bally Company. Taking a real pounding from their cannons, so what we could do was run for our lives.
Oh, I thought the story was going in a different direction, actually.
Well, the whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for.
Ugh, that's not what a lawyer who finds himself under fire wants to hear.
alright, enough about windows and wild beasts and women.
It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what happened.
Well, the hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. At 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door?
Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course.
Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? You might have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I just have to kick your door down every morning.
Well, you know, better be safe than sorry and all that.
Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? I said it was a sorry situation indeed that he found himself on the far east side. I said it was a sorry situation indeed that he found the far side of the door. About yesterday? After Mrs. Natsumi's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning?
Oh no, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember. It was completely dark already. The old actor chap was out at the time.
Scared to notice there was no light from his room or something, I suppose.
Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Sham Spear got back. The chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there.
Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. I already know you can't be the killer since you, kind of show up in case 5. So... Is everything alright, Mr. Sato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrett, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly.
Oh, big fat stairs. Oh, this blasted leg.
That totally rubbed up against the mic.
Then how is it that you seem to know? Precise movements of your ten on the ground floor, I mean.
Ah!
That's a very good point. Can't imagine you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it?
I say, I know what you're thinking. It's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I?
Now, how'd you know, Mr. Garrett?
It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything.
The gas?
Tell me more about Shakespeare.
His name is Mr. Shakespeare, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, William Shakespeare. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now.
And how would you describe him?
The word, destitute.
Destitute?
Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a belly screw loose.
So hard to choose which category Saseki-san will fall into. Ha! Damn, okay! Why not both, really? Still, surprisingly savage for your fellow countrymen. Especially one who's already hired you and is, like, looking up to you. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. Why is your mind an open book all the time?
Who's doing research as well?
Research? Into what?
Shakespeare, of course! Shakespeare! There are a few plays at the old bar myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that.
Oh, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Oh, Hamlet! I knew him. I forgot the friend's name in Romeo and Juliet. Damn. It's been so long since I've thought about Romeo and Juliet. Or at least bothered, like, looking up names. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, and as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. Sao? Oh no. I see. See, I read Sao immediately. Let's not go into that. Seems incredible that Shakespeare was sworn to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. Well, I feel like I heard this conversation before. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsumi is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shakespeare would have had much in common. Shakespeare interpretations of this agreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. The way she totally read your mind. This is Naruto. Really, how rude. How'd she do it? Like you know she knows exactly. Took on a napkin for myself. Oh well. What else do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything?
Well, they're probably aware. The gas is supplied to the building by pipes.
Yes, I more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. Gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too.
Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen?
Well, obviously the room would get brighter.
Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment.
What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Is this supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Fairly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless. Long worn out. And barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite is also true, of course. Extinguishing the lamps up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house.
Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can discern what's happening elsewhere. Lamps are an internal spy network? Damn, throw your lamps out. Especially if they use gas, but even the electric ones, just throw them out. We don't need them anymore.
You got it.
Means you might need them, but are they worth a spy network in your house? Throw out your spy devices today, people. Of course, because when people come back home in the evening before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps' fires. Clever.
In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, one can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Garrett. Absolutely fascinating.
Oh well, nothing to it really.
Can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. But I'd like to know. That's why Mr. Garrett is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we have to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again? Good idea.
Soap?
No. First of February! Lulu Prison, Cell 9. There he is. Looking especially dour. Which is impressive, because he kind of always looks like that. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now?
Listen, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire!
Oh, yes?
What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost? Is he on me?
Well, let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Sholmes? He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost.
But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world. They left me. Ah, cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you.
Well, that sort of hurts. Can we blame this on the Reaper's curse? Well, definitely feeling a lot better than the last time I streamed this, but more like a 99% than 100%. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction too. This is your fault, you know. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh. The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again.
This is supposed to calm me down? You think a dead man rising again is going to calm me down?
Now, in the absolute worst case, you can only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! I've only been through that once! Oh. I'm stuck in a cell, suffering from sincerely wrong end of the stick!
Then you confess! You're a killer! Why the mustache?
Why the mustache indeed, though? Consequences! I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, that selfish shyster! Make up your mind! Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wailing, wishy-washy William! Well, it seems likely Mr. Shamsphere was never actually dead in the first place.
Oh yes, that might make sense. Please say he's alive, of course. Whatever these made last night was much fun. We sad to think it was our last.
Debate. Oh? Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean you did see the victim last night? You met Mr. Shakespeare, didn't you? I'm not saying another word! I even have a lawyer present! I am a lawyer! What do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story.
Why am I cursed like this?
Sir, I'll have you know I'm a lawyer. Look at my armband. This has my name on it, Kazuma. Have I shown you this before, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, yes. The sweet, sweet aroma of our beloved homeland.
Just as I wear it as a defense lawyer. It means nothing in Great Britain, of course, but I still wear it.
Oh, I know exactly how you feel. Welcome to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
My Haramaki belly band! I don't feel right without it! Your Haramaki belly band?
It's perfect for the cold English winters. Just to think, keep my tummy warm.
Yes, I see the link. Almost. Books. Mr. Natsume, about this receipt.
It occurs to me now. It was those confounded books that saw me arrested the first time, too.
Oh yes, I suppose that's true.
After I spent my precious pennies on them. That's the thanks I get. I don't know when I'll read them. No, not when.
If I may very well hate them so much to ever open their covers! I don't know that we can blame the books for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume. Tell me, Mr. Natsume, do you eat soap? Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this?
Ha! There it is! That lathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sighing to the depths of despair!
Didn't you pay attention to the deduction? Slippery, sickly, psychotic, saboteur! Props for throwing a word that might not necessarily starts with S is still alliterative. That's just good English. That's just good. I was about to say good English. Not quite the word I'm looking for. Good structure? I don't know. I'm really going off still pat with you. He will never wash himself again.
Absolutely! I've made up my mind. Next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's...
Friendship! Finished! Friendly! Forever! Friendship ended with soap. Now essential oils are my best friend. I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened to Mr. Natsume. Tea? Cup of tea? Mr. Natsume, is nothing much, but...
Ah! It's been too long since I've offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland.
What?
You're too kind. I accept it gladly.
Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. I don't think anything else is gonna get a reaction. Yeah, no. Tell me more about your cursed existence. So that's me. You also say the same thing about yourself, I noticed. That you have a cursed existence?
I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but... I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me.
You'd be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture.
For foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me. They all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respect for my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember. And then, 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road.
Why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable.
Because the rent is cheap. have so little money, it spoke to me.
The rent?
Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed.
Cursed? Cursed how? I feel like we had this exact same conversation in the first game.
Previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there.
Oh no!
He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why.
Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that.
I didn't. Laying agent recommended the place. I wavered.
Buy one books! And books cost money! Horrible history is a small price to pay!
I realized it would mean I could buy more books. I signed the lease like lightning.
Brave. Or blinkered.
After I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible the room's history really was.
Gosh, was it really so awful?
Okay, but first tell me a bit more about what happened. While I finish up my lunch.
That's exactly what happened last night, Mr. Natsume. There's nothing to tell!
I should...
No.
Almost done.
Alright.
But Mr. Narhole Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday.
Guess I saw him horror his screen hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday.
The trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. That evening at past 9 must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspeare.
So you did go to the victim's room then?
As we feared.
I didn't do anything wrong! I've never been to his room before! It was the first time! Then what made you decide to go?
I wanted to when we were right back at the house. We got chatting and developed into a discussion. We had to go out, so I bade him farewell.
That ties in with blah 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 blah. That ties in with what Mr. Garadeb said, as the victim went out and came back after 8.
Megan, later that evening, around 9 or just after, I took him some nice tea I brewed up as a gift.
So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then? And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you?
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet! Who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate.
I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare! And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspeare's tea. What? Ryunosuke! No! Never! Not at all! Dang, Juliet won! That was me! And why was this room? One boy fell was a fighting fit! I swear, categorically!
Oh.
Damn, Ryunosuke, just trying to suggest that your client did it. Just like that? Now, whose horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened?
At first, it was just a feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me.
Think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you?
I don't know, my mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. I had one long nightmare since I given the keys to the place.
Nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean?
Oh, all the souls who died in that room leaned over me in my sleep.
And try to strangle me! That really is horrible.
And I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. Very same night Mr. Shamspeare was writhing in agony from the poison in his body.
I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room! I'm trying to think, this kind of sounds familiar.
You
You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right. I know it. That's why.
I'm already searching! The next room with a history to call home! I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Whew, so that sure knows how to make the man listen.
Of course. To Lord the Mayor is worried about the curse in my room as well.
You mean Mr. Garrett, then?
Yes, he knows that people keep dying there. He'll never be able to rent it out again.
Well, that's true. I for one go near the place. Ah, perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tense movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms.
What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps?
Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. He lives in the room! I think it's prudent to know that your landlord is spying on you! Please forget I said anything.
Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. Right to my face.
What's the point that Mr. Shakespeare isn't in fact dead at all? Once he comes around, he's able to tell us what happened. We'll be able to get you released.
Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right.
Ahem, excuse me. Oh, Greg. Inspector Gregson! I can't help but hear what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh, which do you want first?
Always, every time, the bad news comes first. And hope is all you have. Hold on to it.
That's my guiding principle! Right, well, in that case, the good news is... Wow! Huh. Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Why'd you ask?
Why did you ask me my preference?
I feel like we had this conversation before! I swear we did this in case 5! As you may have heard, the victim, Mr. Stanfield, is just unconscious. He's coming around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, was that wonderful, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell.
Sorry, no, that's not on the cards. Huh.
What?
Why have you not, Inspector? The Shams here has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear.
You don't mean...
I say I do, yes. Pointing the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ah! As we poison these seeks to end my life. That wickedest captive, Soseki Natsume. No! I'm afraid you'll be appearing a quest planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No! So once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted, or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. Following day, I would represent him in court, and do my utmost to break the curse that bladed him. Sounds like we are getting a court case this go around. To be continued. Trial part 1. Alright. No investigation only. Case 2 this go around. 22nd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defense Antechamber. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume.
It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here.
Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder! And here I am again in this hellhole! I need to know they just recalled the same exact jury. Can't keep coming to court! I begin to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. So Naruto, I'm afraid I have bad news. It's the Reaper. Oh. So Natsume, good morning.
Yes, morning.
So, here we are again.
Yes, again.
Dot dot dot. Judicial sentiments recorded by Esquires! What's the bad news? Oh dear. You heard, did you?
You come in shouting at the top of your voice.
People can't help hearing what you say! Oh, I am sorry. You did nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now what is it? Well... Ooh... Almost dropped that. That would have been bad. Would have been real bad. Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barrick von Zeeks. And Van Zeeks? Yeah!
Hello. Oh no no.
Here we go again. So-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull it through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor.
No.
Even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. I mean, we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Ah! Do I have to pull up with this ice-cold eyes burning in my soul again? Curse my evil spirits, and help me the Reaper! Benchmark barrels, potentially! Well, if it's potentially, at least you people have hope, Mr. Natsume.
Who's doing this on our whole Esquire?
Ah, yes?
I'm
innocent! You have to believe me!
You, will anyone know?
Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. This promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go! Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid you won't be able to make it. Mr. Scholes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh! If you were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zeeks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. Not to mention, Scholes would probably just get Natsume arrested faster. Or found guilty. At least that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo.
You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, Locum's to it, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said.
I swear this story at my side, and the spirits Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free. With honor! Oh, yes!
Honor!
Get in there, Zuko. February, 9:40 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. 9:40 a.m.? What the hell? Well, it's mostly the same, but it looked like one person was, different.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. Defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just my imagination. It's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. Some reason. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. The past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yeah, now he's back in the courtroom. But for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Seki-san's trial.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty?
Absolutely! I have a feeling that Larkin wasn't innocent before. God damn it! It's like literally like 5 of the same people from the last trial. This cannot... they did not like pan out like jury rules yet, did they? I must say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses it right. Huh? Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is rather fetching, actually. You're definitely a new one, though.
I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick.
Couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bots tonight, or the missile will go through the roof.
Oh, my lord, show us all the light here. Ladies flock to a righteous verdict.
You were not this religious before. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? We don't have a jury system! It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. I mean, I guess that's what you're getting at. And the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chose at random. Or at least that's the idea. Prosecution will draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. That feels illegal!
Very well, let's commence the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is it not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision? It is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict for this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. Explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand.
The cloak's already coming off!
The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Are you allowed to wait? Are you allowed to call our defendant to the stand? I'm trying to remember if he did this before. Yeah, I want to say he put up not Willy Wonka in the 3rd case. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Yes, sir. Bryce Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
It's a second announcement for the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken. I swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember as if it were yesterday, because it was 2 days ago.
The day before, in fact, my lord. We're close enough.
Believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Where you are, sir? You take care of the Gandalf household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine? Strychnine? That's a new one. Hold on. Strychnine is a highly toxic, colorless, bitter, crystalline alkaloid used as a pesticide, particularly for killing small vertebrates such as birds and rodents. Pesticide? I mean, for birds and rodents would probably include, like, yeah, that's like rats, so yeah, that makes sense. That'd be something you just have. What does strychnine do to a human? Prevents the proper operation of the chemical that controls nerve signals to the muscles. Chemical controlling nerve signals works like the body's off switch for muscles. When this off switch does not work correctly, muscles throughout the body have severe, painful spasms. Ugh. Bullshit at high levels of strychnine may result in respiratory failure, possibly leading to death and brain death within 15 to 30 minutes following exposure. Seizures may occur within 15 minutes following exposure and generally subside 12 to 24 hours following ingestion. I'll read up more on strychnine later, maybe. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. We got like 10-15-ish minutes.
Which means I presume the door of the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Another victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale. He's very nearly didn't. Then that's halfway to heaven when we first found him. As the first officer on the scene, my lord. I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yes, chilling.
Yeah, it's a chilling scene indeed. It looks very much deceased.
That's right. Everyone present believes that's exactly what he was.
Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
Crime scene photograph. The victim can be seen unconscious at the table, having been poisoned.
Oh, then, Mr. Natsume. Ah, yes, yes.
Yes!
As a defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? You're haunted! Haunted by evil spirits? Good gracious! What's haunted?
My lodgings! There's a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings!
The time before me died in
Mysterious circumstances!
Oh, what was that? No one on the street outside! My neighbor was poisoned!
And me! What about me?
I've nearly been killed countless times! Killed, Mr. Natsume? How?
Even other people, they happened!
When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I let my gas stove and climbed into bed. And before long, the stove went out.
Somebody tried to kill me!
Must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
What's so cold?
I really know to freeze! Oh yes, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events.
If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point.
Conclusive? Go on.
Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused.
Accused? Good grief!
Hola! Hola! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why does the victim accuse him?
Well, Mr. Natsume, why have you just said this accusation?
I think I'm giving him too much of a... I'm giving him too much of a voice like, Garada. It's supposed to be more like posh. Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation?
Evening, yes. I had to take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visit Mr. Shafter's room as a gift. Public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it.
And this is the result! They were like touch tea again! Never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before.
That'll do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for formal testimony. Presume the prosecution has no objection.
None whatsoever, my lord.
Good, then you'll give your account of events on the night in question to the court now.
Yes, my lord! Let's hear this testimony now, and then we'll see what happens. The catastrophic night.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. Yeah, he had literally to pay over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room around 11.
Ah! My tea was completely harmless! He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yeah. I was thinking about the fact that's a locked room mystery. I like read a little bit on locked room mysteries like a few weeks ago on TV tropes, admittedly, but the basic structure is that like pretty much all like locked room mysteries only have like so many solutions to them due to the nature of, you know, being locked. I think I wrote down my notes somewhere. I don't think I did actually. Could have swore I did. I have to find that again on TV tropes, but like one of the things is basically that like yeah they just lock the door themselves as it's like a common like solution for poison cases. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. Huh? We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Skeleton U.S. failed to examine the suspect's substance? How can you overlook something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Japanese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. There's no way you can clean your cup out that thoroughly. Current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. Lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the day in question.
I see. Thank you. The matter is clear.
Pass your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see in their faces, I'm sure, the recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
Also, for defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord! Yeah, I'm gonna do this cross-examination, and then I'm gonna call it for the day.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift.
Were you and your neighbor good friends then? No! We weren't friends! No! No!
Never!
Ever! A simple no would have sufficed. Yeah, you wanted to see him? I thought you liked the debates you had with him. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit?
Mr. Shakespeare fancies himself for having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
Come now, no Japanese could understand the finer points of English literature. Racism! Damn! And the main question, that was a topic of conversation as well, I presume.
It's the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings. I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside the street. Outside around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions?
No! Not one! Not two! Not any! Not at all! Never! Ever! A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. And then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
Yeah, he literally debate over a nice hot drink, to which I went back to my room at around 11.
A literary debate? About Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare? Very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh yes, my lord! Romeo and Juliet! Who was stronger? Is a profoundly personable parley. Romeo and Juliet?
Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go?
Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out in Greco-Roman style, naturally.
Isn't that wrestling? Did you fucking wrestle each other? Excuse me? What?
Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in this room for just such a contest.
So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? So Seki Natsume is the part of Juliet.
He was Romeo, I is Juliet, after a vigorous, wild tussle.
I love the idea of that man with that mustache just playing Juliet.
I, Juliet, came out on top.
A victory I'll cherish forever! I dare not imagine the terrible sea of carnage. The fact remains that was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct?
I bought the wall in my room and made a pot to take with me. I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see.
Sure there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room.
I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly.
So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless! Of course it was! Do you have any basis for that statement, witness? My tea was completely harmless! He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fella had never had pot tea before. He must have licked it dry. It's a pity because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. I do wonder, if you couldn't even analyze the thing for poison, how did you know it was strike 9 poison specifically? What gave you that idea? You say you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume?
Yes, definitely! I have it on earth, I swear it!
The landlord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night.
How's the landlord able to attest to this?
He, said it was the lamps, I believe. Damn Lamb's spy network.
Lamps, Inspector.
When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Gerda seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one key in Mr. Shamsphere's room! I know that for certain! So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room!
The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes.
So I'm right! My deal was harmless! Completely harmless! If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that!
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. Well, once again, I find myself asking, how do you know it's strychnine if you can't analyze the poison? How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison was consumed. The victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 3-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. Again. Oh, right, the first case, yeah. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. It further degrades Sasaki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only Oh, wait. Wait, could they have, I guess they could have just found out he took strychnine from examining the dude himself. He was the only person who could have done it.
Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence. This is medical...
This is a medical report. Report issued by Scotland Yard's medical officer. It obviously mentions the poison as well as other details gleaned during the police investigation. Oh yes, I see it here. Late onset of symptoms. Great. Victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. The argument still stands, you say? This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? A pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
Exactly! Me and my tea are innocent! Sweet innocent, I tell you!
I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So he could have left the room until 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. As long as he did that, Mr. Shamsphere could have locked the door after you'd gone.
But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger! That came after the tea!
Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying, "Drink tea while it's hot!"
Sure, proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter.
No!
That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, that Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Yes. I guess we should quickly take a look at medical report. William Shamsphere, 31. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 3 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch, appears to have been broken when the man collapsed after the late onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. 1:30 a.m.? Huh? Where do I present that?
Objection.
Not there. What's this last statement? It's clearly contradictory when you consider this piece of evidence here. Yes, undeniably!
You say it's undeniable, Counsel, but I fail to see any contradiction here at all.
I think perhaps that itself is the contradiction.
Indeed.
Ugh. Ugh. Time for a rethink. Oh, it's here because this is where the time is. Yeah, of course. Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room. We're gonna cliffhanger it here because I do need to get going. I have something I need to take care of at 3 o'clock still. Thank you everybody for joining today. Next time we will continue with case 2 and have an actual trial, and we'll see where this goes because certain things are foregone conclusions, but it's interesting to see a case like when we have a bit of context about what happens after the case. Yes, next stream though, I don't know. Next stream might not be Great Ace Attorney, might be Persona 4, might be something else I'm thinking of doing. We'll see. I haven't decided on that yet. But next Great Ace Attorney stream will definitely be resuming the case. Thank you everybody for joining me, and I hope to see you for the next one. See you then!